What? Dos. Sí, sí. ¿Qué onda, pues? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 10. 1. dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Sí, llega. Estamos. Lo otro, lo otro. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, 10. Uno, uno. Dos. Probando sonido, dos. Audio. Streaming, audio. Audio de piso, podium, audio streaming, podium, piso, audio. Hola. Hola, audio piso, 2, 3, streaming, audio de piso, podium. Audio piso, 2, 3, audio de podium, 2, 3. Pruebas de audio para streaming, 2, una prueba de audio. Estamos probando sonido 2, 3, ok, 2, 3, 2, 2. 2, 3, 2, 2, para streaming, podium, audio, sala, 2, 3.
sueño tonto y no más. Más terribles de algún extraño lugar y en mis tonterías para hacer tu risa estallar en un mundo descomunal. Siento mi fragilidad. Deja de engañar, no quieras ocultar que has pasado sin tropezar. Monstruo de papel, no sé contra quién voy. ¿No ves que acaso hay alguien más aquí? Lucha de gigantes con piel, heridas natural y un vuelo salvaje advierte lo cerca que ando de entrar en un mundo descomunal. Siento mi fragilidad. Deja de engañar, no quieras ocultar que has pasado sin tropezar. Monstruo de papel, no sé contra quién voy, pues que acaso hay alguien más aquí. I'm waiting for with all the time I can live with or without you. So far. has got me with nothing to win and nothing left to lose. And you give yourself away. You give yourself away. And you give and you give and you give yourself away. I can't live with or without you, with or without you, with or without you. I can live with or without you. I don't know what I'm to say. The things that you say, is it a life or just to play? Hide my worries away. You're all the things I've got to remember. Shying away, I'll be coming for you anyway. Take on me, take on me, take me on. I'll be gone a day or two. nothing to hide. Ooh, like a virgin, touch for the very first time. Like a virgin, with your heartbeat next to mine. Like a virgin, like a virgin. Feels so good inside when you hold me in your habits and you love me. Can you hear my heartbeat?
estamos haciendo.
Mine, oh, he can read my poker face. I wanna hold him like they do in Texas Plays. Fold and let him hit me, raise it, baby, stay with me. Look an intuition, play the cards with space to start. And after he's been hooked, I play the one that's on his heart. I'll get him high, show him what I've got. I'll get him high, show him what I've got. Can't read mine, oh, he can read my poker face. Can't read mine, oh, he can read my poker face. I wanna roll with him, a hard pair will be. A little gambling is fun when you're with me. Russian roulette is not the same without a gun. And baby, when it's love, it is not wrong, it isn't fun. I'll get him high, show him what I've got. I'll get him high, show him what I've got. Can't read mine, oh, he can read my poker face. Can't read mine, oh, he can read my poker face. I'll tell you that I love you, kiss or hug you, cause I'm in love with my loving. I'm not lying, I'm just telling you I love you, got it. Just like a cheek in the casino, take your bank before I pay you out. I promise this, check this head, cause I'm marvelous. Can't read mine, oh, he can read my poker face. Can't read mine, oh, he can read my poker face. Can't read mine, oh, he can read my poker face. Can't read mine, oh, he can read my poker face.
When the visions around you bring tears to your eyes, and all that surrounds you are secrets and lies, I'll be your strength, I'll give you hope, keeping your faith when it's gone. The one you should call, standing here all alone. And I will take you in my arms and hold you right where you belong. Till the day my life is through, this I promise you. This I promise you. I've loved you forever, yeah, in lifetimes before. And I promise you never will you hurt anymore. I give you my word, I give you my heart. This is a battle we've won. And with this now, forever has now begun. Just close your eyes each loving day and know this feeling won't go away till the day my life is through. This I promise you. This I promise you. Over and over I fall when I hear you call. Without you in my life, baby, I just wouldn't be living at all. And I will take you in my arms and hold you right where you belong. Till the day my life is through, this I promise you, baby. Just close your eyes each loving day and know this feeling won't go away. Every word I say, it's true. This I promise you. Every word I say, it's true. This I promise you. Oh, I promise you.
Three little birds sat on my window, and they told me I don't need to worry. Summer came like cinnamon, so sweet. Little girls devil touching the concrete. Maybe sometimes we've got it wrong, but it's alright. The more things seem to change, the more they stay the same. Girl, put your records on, tell me a good song. You go ahead and check it out. Sapphire faded jeans, I hate your dreams. Just go ahead, let your hair down. You're gonna find yourself
Ya hoy en día, como son de 2 semanas normalmente, y tengo a mi mamá, yo no quiero dejar sola. Yo también hay veces que hay ciertos tipos de trabajo que me cansan. Que ya digo, I've been working for 42 years. I started at the age of 22 and 64. En septiembre cumplo 42 años de carrera.
Ay, qué fantástico. You really started as an interpreter.
Entonces llegamos
Qué fantástico.
de times en artesanal.
Sí, no, pero qué fantástico. If I don't say if I would have known, but uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Mejor, gracias. Uno, dos, etcétera. Muy buenos días.
Les voy a solicitar, por favor, si pueden
Please
ir ubicando sus asientos para dar inicio
so
a
to begin
este
our
segundo día de la 13
second day of
Conferencia
the 13th
Regional.
Regional Conference.
So I started working in the private enterprise. You know, I had one job, I had another, and I worked for an airline. I really enjoyed it. Then I worked when the airline closed operations here. I worked for my brother. He opened up a shop.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
En el segundo día de la
In
13
this second
Conferencia
day of the
Regional,
13th Regional Conference,
iniciamos con la
we
tercera
begin
sesión
with the
titulada
third session
Los
called
Países Bajos,
The
experiencia con
Netherlands
instituciones
Experience
fiscales.
with Fiscal
Hoy tiempo con el
Institutions.
señor moderador Luis René Cáceres.
Luis René Cáceres has the floor. Thank
Buenos
you.
días.
Good morning.
Vamos a dar inicio a
We
la
will
sesión
now
de este día.
begin today's session with the third
Y la primera exponente
meeting,
que tenemos
and
es
our
la
first speaker
doctora Laura
is
Van
Dr.
Geest.
Laura Van Guest.
Laura Banchis tuvo su
Mrs. Van
licenciatura
Gest
en Economía
obtained
y en
her
Administración
diploma
Pública de
in
la Universidad de
economics and public
Rotterdam
administration from the
y ha
University of
desempeñado la
Rotterdam,
mayor parte de su
and
carrera
most of her
profesional en
career
el Ministerio
has
de
been
Finanzas
at the
de
Ministry of
Holanda.
Finances in the Netherlands.
También fue directora
She also
ejecutiva en
was
el Banco
executive
y Fondo
director
Monetario
at the
Internacional
IMF
durante 3 años
for
en los
3
años.
years during the 90s.
Actualmente
At
es
present,
la jefe del
she's
Buró
the
de
head
Planificación Económica
of the Bureau for
de Holanda,
Economic Policy
con rango
Analysis in the
ministerial.
Netherlands, which has a ministerial rank. And the sound is off. ¿Te estás oyendo?
No.
Yeah. No. I'm sorry. There's still a problem with the sound. ¿Y los muchachos saben? Estaban jugando con eso segurito. Y estos tontos no se dan cuenta de que el problema no son los micrófonos, es el problema del sonido.
The problem is over here.
Ahora. No,
Aló,
yes, now.
mil disculpas por
I
el
apologize
problema aquí de
for
tecnología,
the technical
pero
problem, the
para
technical
empezar otra
glitch.
vez a la licenciada Van Guest
Speaking
obtuvo su
about Mrs.
grado en
Van Guest,
Economía de la Universidad de Rotterdam
she
y
obtained her diploma in
Administración Pública
economics from the
también.
University of Rotterdam,
Luego
also in
parte de
public
su vida
administration.
profesional ha
Part of her
desempeñado en el
professional
Ministerio de
life
Finanzas de
was
su
in the
país,
Ministry of Finances
donde
of
llegó a
our
ocupar la
country,
posición de
where
jefe de
she
presupuesto.
was head of budget.
Fue directora en
She
el Fondo
was
Monetario
director
Internacional
at
durante
the
3
International
años
Monetary Fund for 3
y
years,
actualmente
and at
ocupa
present,
desde agosto del año pasado
since
ocupa
August
la
last year,
posición de jefa
she has
del
been head
Buró de
of the
Planificación
Bureau for
Económica
Economic
de
Policy
Holanda.
Analysis in the
Quiero hacer
Netherlands.
referencia que
I would
este
like to
es el
state that
puesto que inicialmente
this is the
ocupó
position
Timberger,
that
el
Timberger
primer premio Nobel de
had
Economía,
first the
lo cual
first
habla mucho pues
Economics
de
Nobel Prize, which says a lot about
Laura Banchis.
Dr. Van Guest.
Quiero señalar
And
también
I
que
would
la
also
primera
like to
mujer
point out
que
that she's
ocupa
the
este
first
cargo
woman who has
en
this
su país.
position in her
Así que
country.
le doy la
So I
palabra
now give the
a
floor
Laura
to
Banchis.
Mrs. Laura Van Guest.
Muchas gracias. I have to apologize. This is all the
Debo pedir
Spanish
disculpas.
line. So I'll do my presentation in English. And I'll there seems to be sound as well. Okay, this is a picture of Odysseus tied to the mast, wax in his ears, on his journey to make sure that he will ever meet Penelope, his wife, and he will be able to resist the temptations of the sirens. But like I said, the journey towards sound public finances is the same. It's long, hard, and full of temptations. The temptation of short-term political gain at the expense, of course, of long-term financial stability. Now, and
The question is, of course, what can fiscal institutions do to help? How can they be a tie or the legs that Odysseus needed? That is, I think, the theme of my talk. Now, I think the important thing to remember is that Odysseus wanted to meet his Penelope, and that's why he was willing to tie his hands. And I think in the end, it is important you are committed to sound public finances, because otherwise all these financial institutions won't help you sufficiently. I think that is in a broad range, main theme of my speech. Now, I will talk about two things. First, I'll tell you a little bit about the CPB. Some say it's the first fiscal watchdog in the world. I'll tell you a little bit about it. And then I will talk a little bit more broadly about the fiscal institutions that have helped the Netherlands towards sound public finances. Now, I will give a broad overview, and there might be lots of things that you would like to hear a little bit more about. And of course, that can be dealt with in questions and answers. Okay, what's the CPB? The CPB is the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis. It was established just after the Second World War and just after the first financial crisis in the 30s, and the Netherlands was in really bad shape. We wanted to make sure that the Netherlands would be put on a sound footing, and we wanted to do this as efficiently and effectively as possible, hence the need for evidence-based policy, and that's the reason why they established this bureau. The Bureau does all kinds of analysis. We are the first fiscal watchdog, but we also do evaluation of policies like education policy or healthcare policy or innovation policy, always through an economic lens. That's our expertise. Now, the institute is an independent institute. We are independent because through bylaws, it is prohibited to give me instructions. It's also independent because I am the only one who decides who's getting to be hired for the CPB. And it is independent because I'm appointed for 7 years by the government, but of course in the Netherlands government stay, even in their best, no more than 4 years. So there's always one stuck with me. And I'm only appointed for 7 years, can't be extended, so I don't succumb to the temptation to say the things they like to hear just to be reappointed again. Now, the CPB has gained this reputation of independent in theory, but it's also independent in practice. And I think this reputation was gained by the first director of the CPB, that is Jan Tinbergen, first laureate in economics all over, but is also our only laureate in the Netherlands. Now, I talked a little bit of what the CPB did in general sense. Let me focus now a little bit on the fiscal part. The CPB is an IFI, and we provide macroeconomic forecasts in the Netherlands, both in short term and in medium term. So we make the forecast on growth, inflation, unemployment, purchasing power, and the deficit. And these figures we produce, government has to use when they make their budget. Now, they always did it, but just because there were fiscal rules in the EU, now it's also enshrined in law. We also make calculations on the budget. We calculate sustainability of the Dutch budget, and we assess then whether the present arrangements are still possible even when the population is aging. As we all know, aging population is more expensive in terms of old age pensions and health. And if your share of elderly increases, then of course this cost increases, and we assess whether we will still be able to have a stable debt level at the present with the present arrangements. In the Netherlands, when you have a new government, they have a coalition agreement. They make a deal what they will do the next 4 years, and this deal is also costed by us. So we assess, once the deal is made, what this deal will mean in terms of growth, unemployment, inflation, and in budgetary outlays. Now, another thing that we do, and that is even more unique, I think, in the world, is we assess election platforms or election manifestos. When people in the Netherlands go to the ballot box, of course, political parties have a platform. And this platform just not only tells you what they're going to do, but they also present this platform to us, and they ask us to give an assessment. That's not because they like us, but because everyone in the Netherlands is used to this practice. And if a party says, well, with my policy, I will be able to get higher growth, lower unemployment, and sound public finances, people tend not to believe it. And they say, well, did you ask the CPB? And when they say no, they get laughed out of the office. So they go to us and they get kind of a seal of, well, not a seal of approval, because we never say which party is the nicest, but they get a reality check. So if they have this manifesto, they come to us, we look at what they say, and we give a presentation of what this result, to what type of policy or economy this will lead. And then they can say, yes, it gets higher growth, but this comes at an expense, for instance, higher inequality. And this will sanitize the debate. It basically prevents people telling fairy tales, because I'm among someone who thinks that fairy tales seldom become true. And I think also it sanitizes the debate, because political parties know they go with the platform to the CPB, they know they can't promise the impossible thing, and that makes it easier later on to have to embark on this journey towards sound public finances. Now there are IFIs there are more IFIs than CPB, because in Europe this is now prescribed. We are an IFI who makes its own forecast and its own assessment of the budget. There are also IFIs who just basically assess the work of government. So there are differences how you go about this. Now, to give you another sense of how we are involved in the budgetary process, this is our role in the budget cycle. We provide the macroeconomic inputs in order to draw up the budget for the next year in March. This is then used by the government to make up the budget for next year, and we assess this in June. So in March they look at the expenditure, and in September or in August they look at the revenue measures. So again in September we look again at this, and then they present their budget to Parliament, and we present our assessment of the Dutch economy to Parliament, which basically outlines growth, but it also encompasses then the budgetary plans of the government. We make our own budget projections, including our own assessment of expenditure overruns, or of what certain measures will cost, or policies will cost. And for that we use our own data analysis, we have our own models, and sometimes it's just plain P times Q to come at the right figure. So we are a clear presence in the Netherlands, and this is a development that has taken some time to get there. Now this is a little bit of talk about the CPB. I will now go towards lessons from the Netherlands for sound public finance. I think the first lesson you need to have is commitment. If there's no commitment, it doesn't really matter how many institutions you will make, because people will work around it, will subvert it, will ignore it. So commitment is very important to embark on this journey towards sound public finances. If people are not there for the whole journey, they will just go through the motions and they won't act on it. Now, in the Netherlands, there is broad support for sound public finances, and the question is, of course, I remember that colleague next to me said this. She asked us yesterday, how did this come about? Now, I think there are two reasons. One is lessons learned. Just after the war, the Netherlands was doing nicely. Economy was booming, and the budget was always more or less in line with what was required. But then you got the 70s, and in the 70s the Dutch economy was hit by an oil crisis, and we experienced the fact that over time we had become overly optimistic about our economic growth, so we had a bloated welfare system. So when the oil crisis hit in the 80s, our debt went up and our deficits went up as well. So that's what you can see in both these graphs. And it took us more than 10 years to get over this. And I think this has been a traumatic experience in the Netherlands, because 10 years of telling your electorate that they are going to look forward to retrenchment and cutbacks is something people don't enjoy. So they rather go for a quick repair than for a lengthy wait and see approach. And I think that also explains why we haven't been willing to follow the IMF advice to do something about a different policy at this point in time. Now this is true for public finance, but it's also true for unemployment, so social policy. In the 70s, unemployment was, at least in Dutch terms, very high, so up to 8%, and which we find a high figure, because we're used to, at that point in time, we're used to 2, and now we're used to 45, so 8 is enormous. And there has been a long discussion on how this came about. And then at this point in the crisis, there was a clear realization that things needed to be changed, both by the employers, who always think this, of course, but also by the unions. And it led to a new approach and a new policy where broad-based consensus arose that sound public finances were necessary, labor reform was necessary, but that this could be realized without just making all the workers poorer off, because this was the storyline then developed. So one thing, commitment was there because there was a bad lesson. Crisis, never waste crisis. Crises are a moment to change the way people look at things. The other thing is, of course, who are we? The Netherlands are a very small country. If you can hardly find us on the map. The red spot is even larger than true size. And a large economy is always has to live by the rough waves in the ocean. So that the weather is bad and oceans have high waves, that's fine. But of course, we are also quite sensitive to spillovers. I think that's quite the same for people in Central America. And you want to make sure that the spillovers are as small as possible. And the only way we can do this is we are not powerful. We can't say you can't do this, but you can try to tie people to rules. So our strategy has been to join the European Union, to join the Eurozone, to have the Stability and Growth Pact, and then to say to Germany and France and Italy, you have to obey those rules. And those rules are fine for us, but they're also fine for you. So we don't suffer from your bad policies. Now, if you want to tell that to people, of course, you yourself have to obey the rules. So we are ones who are really sticklers for rules. And this is also something we've had lively debates about with the fund. Now, just to give you a sense of this feeling of consensus on commitment, in the spring of 2012 in the Netherlands, we needed to undertake a major retrenchment package because the EU Commission had told us so. There were discussions in the coalition and the government fell. They weren't able to come to an agreement. The government fell. This was in April. Elections were announced for November. In May, the parliamentary parties, so the former government coalition parties and others, they made a deal to make sure that the Dutch would be able to deliver on this requirement of the Commission. They didn't go for the option, well, you know, we don't have a government, you can't expect us to come up with a package of policies. No, in the parliament there was a deal. So you saw my then minister, you saw him tripping around all these parliamentary factions, and he came up with a deal in less than 10 days. So in less than 10 days, there was a major retrenchment package that was pushed through Parliament with major reforms. The always sacred thing like mortgage deductibility in the Netherlands was in it. The increase of the retirement age from 65 to 67 and then indexed to rising life expectancy was in it. So the Dutch are really committed. There is a broad commitment. You don't need to be in the government. Even opposition is willing to participate. So just to give you a sense of how this is. It's also something to treasure, of course, and to maintain, and that's difficult. Now, I do agree that's difficult to. It's nice if you have the commitment. It's not so easy to create it. I think crisis helps. So if there's a crisis, never waste the crisis. Use it to come up with this. I personally think that this is also an explanation why in Peru things are different than they were. They came from a period of really high inflation, and I think that is a moment where people can think this is the route we can't take any longer, and it's going to switch gears. Now, you could also say in Europe, of course, there has been an attempt to just legislate with the Stability and Growth Pact. I think it's a mixed result because some countries are quite committed to it, but I think they are committed to it because they're committed to the Eurozone and wanting to stay in, and they're willing to do whatever it takes. If you are a Baltic state, just very close to Russia, you are quite willing to do anything, just to be sure to stay in. But not every country has taken this course. And then, of course, in the European Union, you have a law that is being supervised by foreigners, so outsiders. If you just legislate on your own, I think it's quite difficult if it's not underpinned by true commitment. I think it can be a symbol of commitment to have these laws, but just getting commitment through legislation, I'm kind of skeptical. So in that sense, I don't fully agree with improving its quality. Okay, so you need to have commitment. Now, then you're all committed, but then what else do you need? Now, of course, you need to know your past. Where do you stand? What is your true economic situation? Because if you don't, you're in the mist. And it's difficult to set course in the mist, even if you're willing. If you don't know where you are in terms of your GDP, where you are in terms of your deficit, your debt, you can't really design a proper policy. And it is also difficult to have a proper discussion with your public at large, because if they don't know where you really are, it's also difficult to explain to them that they need to retrench. Now, it is tempting sometimes to change the figures, not to be completely transparent in the figures. And people have succumbed to this temptation. I think Greece is an example, Hungary has been an example in terms of statistics. But just talking about the Netherlands, because it's also good to be honest about your own problems, in the 70s, in the Netherlands, the audits of our budgets were years and years late. So then, of course, the politicians are more interested in making policy than in being accountable about it. So this was something that is ignored. But if you don't know where you are, where you stand, it's very difficult to make sound policy. So this requires, I think you need sound and timely statistics, so an independent statistics office. You need timely and sound public finance data, and for that you need an independent court of auditors or an auditor general or whatever. Now, in the Netherlands, this independence in the statistics office is arranged a little bit like my own independence. You can't get instructions, you're appointed for 7 years. And the Court of Auditors in the Netherlands is appointed by Parliament, and they are appointed for life. I think these are important things to have done properly. Now, of course, if you have, if you know where you are, it's more difficult to know where you will be in the future. Nothing is as difficult to predict as the future, as I know, as this is our job. And here again, temptations lie ahead. It's very attractive to say that growth will be nice, you will get more revenue, you will have more money to spend on nice programs. So it's very tempting to be overly optimistic. And it's not only in theory true, but it's also in practice true. Here you see the forecasting errors for the budget ahead, and you see sometimes these forecasting errors are quite big. And the best is, of course, to have very small errors, so no big errors, so no high, so no overshooting, but also no undershooting. The countries with independent forecasters are the UK, the Netherlands, Austria, and Belgium, so they are in the middle. So this is an illustration that it's not only in theory tempting to have optimistic forecasts, but in practice it does take place. So I think that is it's important to work on that as well. This is something I think the experience with the Netherlands has led the European Union to tell everyone or to prescribe to all the countries in the European Union that they need to have an independent forecast or an independent fiscal institute that either forecasts or assesses the forecast. And you need then what type of thing do you need to forecast? Both the macro, I think, and the budgetary figures. Okay, then you know where you are, you have a sense of where you're heading. How do you get to your sound public finances? I think a simple fiscal framework. There's always a tendency to make the framework elegant, but elegant is complex, and complex makes it vulnerable to loopholes and working around it. So sometimes the good is better than the better. So sometimes you just have to settle for less, but something that then does work. Now, what does a sample framework require? A clear goal, so a destination in terms of Odysseus, and the route, how to get there. Now, in the Netherlands, this clear goal is having something like a stable debt at a reasonable level, so not at 200%, stable or declining. And it shouldn't only be stable or declining in our own projections, but also taking account of the fact that our population is aging. Also taking account of the fact that there are sometimes patches of bad weather, so a stress test. Ideally, but I'm more skeptical on this, in a proper policy mix, because having a proper policy mix assumes that you are very good at forecasting on a really year-on-year, and also you can forecast the turnarounds in the cycle, which is more difficult. And of course, for the Netherlands, the stability and growth effect is very important. Stability and growth tells us that we need to have a deficit of no, on the medium term of no more than 0.5% of GDP, that we can't have a deficit of actual deficit more than 3% because otherwise we would get into the PPP procedure, and have a debt of 60%, or if it's higher, it should decline. So these are the things that here steer us to our goal, and I think in the last years, getting that intergenerational fairness has been the major steering rod, as together with the need to have a deficit of lower than 3%. Then you need a route. We are in favor of expenditure rules, and we don't favor budget targets. So an actual budget target of 1% or 2% is quite vulnerable because it's difficult to predict the revenue. If the economy is doing well, the revenue will be higher. If the economy is doing better or worse, you will have to step up your efforts. Now you can of course overcome this problem by looking at the structural deficit, but the structural deficit is a nice analytical idea, but to measure it in practice is really difficult. Now the Peruvian colleague talked about it, but we also looked at it, and in the Netherlands, from one moment in time to the other, the output gap and the effect on the structural deficits might be the size of 0.5. And then if you look at the EU measure, it's quite different than the fund measure or the OECD measure. So it's very difficult on a day-to-day basis to work with it, as opposed to the expenditure rule. The expenditure rule is easily implemented. We have had an expenditure rule, an expenditure ceiling since the 90s. It was introduced by Gerrit Salm, who used to be the director of the CPB before he became Minister of Finance. So you can have influence in different ways. I think an expenditure rule tackles the source of the problem, because in the end it is attractive for politicians to promise additional policies to the electorate when they see elections coming, and expenditure rule basically prevents this. You are more in control of your expenditures than you are in control of your revenue collection. And if you have an expenditure rule or ceiling, you can combine that with automatic stabilizers on the revenue side. So you could have at least give some lip service to the wish of the policy mix. Now in the Netherlands, the expenditure rule covers, or the expenditure ceiling covers a broad range of items. It covers basically everything that's being covered by the EMU balance. It's multi-annual because otherwise it's not a ceiling, but just a moving target. And after years of having this, we have basically closed most of the loopholes. So this is what we've done. And I think also research shows that countries that have an expenditure rule are quite effective in having stronger fiscal performance. So like I said, you need commitment, know the path, where are you going, simple framework. But then I think there's one thing to have a plan, and it's a different thing to have it implemented. And I think for that you need rules of the game. And this is something you read little about in academia. You hear not so much about from the fund, at least I never did. But at the Ministry of Finance, I have experienced personally that having these rules are the way forward to make sure that whatever you have planned gets realized. Because we will know one thing for sure: at the moment that you make the ceiling, everything's all right, but then reality takes over. The economy develops differently than established or anticipated. New political priorities come up, and there are overruns. And then, of course, the question is, whose problem is this? Is this the problem of the Minister of Finance, or is it the problem of everybody? Is it the problem of the steersman, or is it the problem of everyone on board? So we in the Netherlands have rules of the game. These rules of the game are established in the first meeting of the cabinet when there's a new cabinet. And well, it covers more than 15 pages. But the most important rules, I think, in practice are that every individual minister is responsible for its own budget. If he has overruns, if he has new political priorities, he is the one who has to find offsetting measures. He needs to identify the posteriorities he then has. Now, if that is really not possible, and everyone agrees that's not possible, then other ministers have to pitch in, because you can never go over the expenditure ceiling. And going over the expenditure ceiling in the Netherlands would mean that the Minister of Finance would resign. I think he would never be able to survive this in a political sense. So the minister is responsible. If he's not responsible, at least others have to help him. So this kind of limits the possibilities to overstate the need for help. And in order to make sure that it really works, all these discussions are concentrated in time. So the expenditure discussions are concentrated in March. This is the only time in the year you can tell people you have a problem, you have a need you have a new priority, and that offsetting measures can be identified. So you make sure that instead of the Minister of Finance being the only one having a problem, you pitch the ministers against one another and to make sure that we all feel responsibility to solve the issues. Now, of course, sound public finance is important. It's important that your debt is stable. But in the end, having proper debt levels is not the thing why we have budget. It's not why we have policy. We have policy because we want to have good policies for our electorate. We want to have proper labor market policies. We want to have good old age pension systems. We want to have good education policies. That is what we are doing. That's the reason why we're acting. And for that, we have in the Netherlands, we have a predilection for evidence-based policy. And we do this in various ways. So the CPP, I think, in and by itself is an example of a preference for evidence-based policies because we do a lot of analyses and we kind of translate results from academia in terms of practical things that people in policymakers can use. So they don't cover all the literature, but we can make this more accessible for them. In the Netherlands, we've got this expenditure review. There's a group of civil servants that are tasked to look at a certain area of expenditure, and they have to come up with proposals how this can be done more effectively, including a proposal with a 20% cutback. They all have to present these proposals, and no proposal can be vetoed unless it's if it's technically infeasible, but not because it's not desirable. And then if all these results are then the politicians decide whether they will use it. Now we've had a exercise in expenditure reviews in 2011. There were 20 reviews, and if you look at the retrenchment packages that were entertained later on, almost 50% of those can be found back somewhere in this assessment. In the Netherlands, we have cost benefit. It is a requirement to have a cost benefit analysis if you undertake a major infrastructural project. If it's negative, it's obviously far more difficult to get this through Parliament than if it's positive. There are lots of requirements of evaluations. There are, to a lesser extent, and I think that's a pity, also experiments, because you always think that things will work, but pudding is in the eating, and it's good to have an experiment to see what really works. And sometimes if you have to make an assessment whether how policy will work out, an experiment is also important. I think in the Netherlands we've had the experience that the introduction of we have a child care support system maybe introduced in the Netherlands, and we have had major overruns. That's basically because we underestimated the response, so the behavioral response, and I think if you had an experiment, you would have had a better sense. Now, and the last thing we're doing is at the moment in that is what we call promising policies. These are small booklets that give an overview of all the policies you could entertain if you wanted to derive certain goals. So to give you an example, we've had promising policies for the labor market, and there we give an overview that if you want to, for instance, what type of measures you could take in terms of employment protection or unemployment benefits. And we then analyze this. If you undertake this measure, then this will lead to this, will have this effect on labor supply, this effect on purchasing power or inequality. It will cost so much money. So different parties have different things. So some parties will go for the effect on labor supply and employment growth, and others will say, but look at it, this is really bad for inequality. So you get a sample and people then can use it. And we basically our way to translate results from academia for the public at large. And finally, I think alpha and omega of my statement is commitment. Commitment is important not only in broad sense, general sense, but also in practice. Now, how does this work in the Netherlands? Like I said, in the Netherlands, if you have an election, no party has ever a majority. They make a coalition. They have long negotiations, generally speaking, on average 3 months. And in these negotiations, they outline the policies for the next 4 years. And they are detailed. So the last agreement counted 80 pages, 40 of which were the financial annex. And these are really annexes with lots and lots of lines, lots and lots of figures for every year. So 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, and the structural effect, they're all outlined. And this annex is basically changed on the multi-annual figures you would have had with no change policy. So in the Netherlands, we have detailed agreements. And so this is commitment strategy, because one party gets this and the other party gets that. And it's once you've made the deal, it's very difficult to not honor the deal. Basically, then the coalition breaks down. So commitment is in place for 4 years, going forward. Now, of course, commitment is also us, because whatever the government says, we also produce our figures in, well, if there are more or less the same, so there's a 0.1% of GDP difference in the debt or the deficit, people won't notice. But if the differences are large, people will notice. So for them, it's difficult to fudge the figures because we are there. And the media is also alert to this type of thing, and of course the opposition. And in the end, of course, we are friends of the Stability and Growth Pact. This is the procedure. It looks really complex. I would say that, to be honest, I would say that the Stability and Growth Pact does not really fulfill the criteria of a simple framework, fiscal rule. But these are the foreign eyes that keep us honest in the Netherlands. So in the Netherlands, the commitment is there in broad sense. Political parties will never win the elections saying just spend. Even the most left party in the Netherlands has a very sound fiscal policy. But in practice, it's not only important to have this sense in the general sense for the long term, but also in practice for the medium term. And these are the things that tie. So these are really knots that tie people to the mast in the Netherlands, and it has worked. So we've had in the Netherlands, we've had slight deficits or small surpluses until the crisis in 2008. And our debt in 2008 was the lowest ever recorded. So that was I think there was a time that we never recorded that, but it was then 40% of GDP, and that was lower than at the time of the Napoleonic Wars in the Netherlands. So it was a really long time ago. But then, of course, we had 2008, the enormous crisis. Netherlands were majorly hit because our banks, almost all our banks, had to be saved. We had a major crisis in the housing market, and our pension funds were also having troubles. So our economy went down the tubes, and of course then the deficit went down the tubes as well. Now what you can see, the deficit went down the tubes, and also debt became higher because saving these banks costs money. After that, I think there have been 2 years where we didn't do anything in retrenchment, 2009, 2010, because we didn't know what the economy was doing and looking like, so we felt unsure. But after that, again, full swing fiscal retrenchment. Because in Netherlands people are uncertain whether this is a temporary thing or a permanent thing, and we feel safer with thinking this is a permanent issue. And also in the Netherlands, fiscal retrenchment is problematic. It's not easy to sell to the electorate, but in the Netherlands people understand that retrenchment has to take place when the going is tough. It's far more difficult in the Netherlands to tell people that you need to have reforms when the going is good. Just to illustrate this on another field, when the unemployment rate in the Netherlands was below 3%, so this is really, really low, so definitely below our NAIRU. At that point in time, it was still impossible to say to people over 75 and a half, you have to apply for a job. People, because they were normally people are unemployed, they have to apply for a job, it's a requirement to get a benefit. But there was an exception for people over 75 and a half. Now, this was a very old rule, and we said, well, this is the time to abolish it. These are good times. If there's any time these people are going to get a job, this is the time. Not possible. So now, of course, this has been abolished. Just like the mortgage deductibility was abolished, we do this in times of crisis, and we never do this in good times. But I think it worked for the Netherlands. So, what is my takeaway from this, or what I would like you to take away from this speech? I think independent institutions will help. Statistics, auditors, forecasters, it will help to give you a better sense of where you stand when you design policy. Proper analysis also works. Translation of academic results for policymakers who do not have the time or the inclination to read all this, but they might be willing to read all your smaller papers in lay terms. A fiscal framework, but please keep it simple. We are attached to expenditure rules or ceilings. You need rules of the game to deliver, because otherwise your Minister of Finance is really problems. And of course, with no commitment, it won't work. Now, if you're not in your, I would like to underscore that the Netherlands has taken 70 years to get here. So it's not easy to, it's not built in one day, like Rome. My tips for you would be narrow ways to good prices. If there's a crisis, this is the moment to really explain to people that things have changed and you need to pay for it. Go for it, of course. You could also seize the opportunity. For instance, we do this costing of the election platforms. In Australia, they are the only ones who do something like it, because the Australian government introduced a law that said that all parties should have their proposals costed, and these would then be published after the election. So the whole effect would be then that people would be more honest in what they tell before the elections, because they would know that if they said it was 400 and it costed 3 times as much, this would come out after the elections. But the question is, of course, why did this government introduce the law? They introduced the law because they were certain they were going to lose. They thought we will lose, and we're going to get at the opposition to make sure that they can't promise the world if it's not true. And now, of course, this rule is there, and it's difficult to abolish. So sometimes you just have to be optimistic, let's say, getting these things done. Now, and finally, you can always start at a less ambitious scale. Research. There are institutes in your country that can do research and can do this exercise of translating academic research into practical things for policymakers. And sometimes you can also, for instance, if you were to consider something like an IFI, you could borrow reputation or independence from already existing institutions. So in Europe, for instance, the IFI that's established in France is attached to the Court of Auditors, which is there a very eminent institute. And in Slovenia, it's attached to the central bank. In Slovenia, that is the institute. And you must have some yourselves are such an institute. So this is something you can lend your respect and reputation to others to introduce sort of research. So I think, like Odysseus, the road is hard, and you need to be protected against temptation. And you can do this one step at a time. I would like to do that.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, doctora Benjit, por su presentación, que tiene muchos elementos para considerar en
For your
Centroamérica,
presentation,
Panamá
there's a
y
lot of
República Dominicana,
elements to consider in
para
Central
reflexionar
America,
sobre la
Dominican Republic, to
experiencia
reflect
de los Países Bajos.
about the experiences
Creo que
of
tenemos
the
tiempo
Netherlands.
para
I think we have
preguntas.
some
Si
time
quisiera
for
formular a la doctora
questions,
Benjit,
if
tenemos
you wish to
alrededor de
ask.
10-15 minutos.
cultura hacia and he's this type of foreign bank secretary, and he's also chair of the International and Monetary Financial Committee of the
Así que de
International
esta manera
Monetary
doy la
Fund.
palabra al doctor Carstens.
Mr. Carstens, you have the floor.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Agradecer al Fondo Monetario,
I would like to thank
Furusawa
the
por su
International
atención
Monetary
y
Fund
poder
through Mitsuhiro Furusawa, Alejandro Werner. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you and to be with all the colleagues from the central banks and supervisors in Central America, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. This meeting reminds me of very good times, because in a previous incarnation I attended this type of meeting and they were always very productive, and I have no doubt that this has been the case with this meeting too. I will address the topic that I was asked to talk about, which is the normalization of US monetary policy and its consequences for emerging economies.
Sin duda, bueno, pues este es un tema muy importante.
This is unquestionably a very important topic right now,
Más que nada porque no es una simple,
especially
un simple cambio
because
en la
it's not
política
only
monetaria de
a
un país
change
muy importante
in the
como
monetary
Estados Unidos,
stance of a very
sino pues
important
es el
economy
cambio
such as the United
precisamente
States,
en una política monetaria después de que se
but
hicieron
this is a change in
francamente
monetary
sin
policy
precedente,
after
ante
unprecedented actions
problemas
were taken
extremadamente
in the
graves
face of
en
extremely
la principal
serious
economía
problems.
del mundo.
This is
Y
the main economy in the
debido a
world, and
esa naturaleza de esa intervención que tuvo en su
given the
momento
nature
el Banco Central
of the
de
intervention
Estados Unidos,
that
pues,
was
tuvo
deployed
unas
by the US
repercusiones
Central Bank,
importantes, fuera de Estados Unidos.
there were
Obviamente,
very deep
tenían
repercussions all
objetivos
over the world.
internos,
Obviously, this has domestic
facilitar
goals
las operaciones
to
de la crisis
facilitate
financiera global,
the overcoming of the international financial crisis
en Estados
with an
Unidos.
epicenter in the United States.
Y bueno, yo creo que se ha
And
habido avances importantes.
I think
a
that
ese
great
respecto,
strides have been
precisamente
made in
por
this
eso
connection.
estamos en esta coyuntura
This
de
is the reason
que ya
why
está
we find
contemplando la
ourselves in our current
normalización.
situation, and
Pero
right now
el hecho
normalization
importante
is
es que,
being thought of.
las
And
distorsiones o
what is
externalidades
important is
que
that
tuvo,
distortions
ha
and
tenido esa
externalities
política, pues,
generated
han
by
sido
this
muy
policy have
significativos,
been very
que por lo
significant,
mismo se tiene que
and
tomar
that is the
muy en
reason why
cuenta
we have to bear in
precisamente
mind
porque
all
puede
these
tener,
repercussions, because
resultados colaterales
the side
importantes
effects
para
could be
el resto de los
serious
países
for the
y en
rest of the
particular
countries,
para
especially
países emergentes.
for emerging
Yo diría
economies.
que esto va más allá,
I should
¿no?,
say
de
that this goes
la
beyond
simple normalización de la
simple
política monetaria en
normalization
Estados
of
Unidos,
US monetary
porque
policy,
una crisis local como fue
because a local
la de Estados
crisis
Unidos,
like
pues,
the one the US
pronto
experienced
evolucionó a una crisis global,
became a global
sobre todo por
crisis.
el hecho de un fenómeno pues prácticamente
Especially
inusitado en las últimas décadas
on the
en el
back
mundo,
of an
y es de que,
unusual
las
historical
principales
event
zonas,
in the world,
económicas
which is
del
the
mundo
fact that
se
the
encontraron
main
simultáneamente
economic
en
areas
crisis, o
in
tuvieron
the world
problemas
had a
severos en
simultaneous
términos de
crisis
crecimiento de
or
estabilidad
had
financiera.
very serious problems in
Aquí,
terms of
pues,
growth
obviamente,
and financial
incluyó
stability.
a la zona
And
del euro
here I am
y,
thinking of the
también
Eurozone,
a Japón,
but also Japan,
una región y un país
a region
sin duda
and a
pues también
country
siguieron
that unquestionably
la práctica de implementar
followed
políticas no
the practice
convencionales
of implementing
que por lo mismo
non-conventional
en
measures.
eso ha ayudado
And although
a,
that
sus,
has
a su reactivación económica y a la
helped
postre pues eso va a ser lo mejor
restart
para el mundo.
economies,
Eso no
which
quita que en el
in the
corto
end will
plazo
be
también
beneficial for
haya
the world,
contribuido
that does not
a
take away
generar
from the fact that in the short term,
mercados financieros internacionales
international
y a generar
financial markets
condiciones
were
que puedan
distorted
ser,
and
eh,
conditions
difíciles
were
y
set
retadoras
that could be
para
challenging
países emergentes.
for emerging economies.
¿Cómo tomaron forma estas políticas monetarias no convencionales?
How did these unconventional monetary policies take shape? We've talked about the United States, and once the crisis got going, the first measure was to cut down the interest rate very quickly. This is the main policy tool. And in this connection, the main issue was that interest rates dropped basically to the zero lower bound. At least at the time, there was great uncertainty about the repercussions of rates that would drop below zero. Some countries do have these rates. For example, Denmark within the euro area. But it is very difficult to imagine a negative interest rate as a central bank. There was a decision then in the United States not to go that route, and their choice was to try to influence the rest of the yield curve through massive sales of assets in their own market. The goal was to influence or reduce, lower the yield curve. In fact, they achieved this by buying a huge amount of treasuries and treasury bonds with a longer term. And they also bought some toxic assets, such as asset-backed securities, especially those that were backed by mortgages.
Entonces, bueno, pues eso llevó a un abultamiento muy importante de los
The result
balances
was a very significant enlargement of the Fed balance sheet and also the balance sheets of other central banks.
Esto se nota pues en esta lámina donde se
We
ve
can see
claramente
this
cómo
in this
después
slide.
de la crisis
We can see
rápidamente
clearly that
cómo
right after the
tasas
crisis,
a
interest
niveles
rates
prácticamente de cero
moved
ante
from
la
zero
necesidad de
practically.
continuar con el estímulo, pues
There was a
acudió
need to continue stimulus, so balance sheets were enlarged. In the case of the Fed, you can see on the right-hand side, the balance sheet went from 6.1 to 25.4 of GDP. This is undoubtedly a very significant increase. And obviously, we see here how the balance sheets of other central banks, major central banks, have also grown very significantly.
El punto fundamental, pues, es de que
The main
estas
point here
políticas
is that
en sí, pues, tienen un objetivo
by themselves,
muy
these
preciso.
policies have
El
a
objetivo
very
fue
precise
precisamente,
goal,
ayudar
namely
a que se restableciera la actividad
to
económica,
help
pero también que se
jumpstart
limpiara los
the
balances
economy and
de los
also
intermediarios
to clean up
financieros.
the balance sheets of financial intermediaries.
Obviamente, no todos esos resultados se pueden lograr únicamente con política monetaria.
Obviously,
Ese ha
this
sido
goal cannot be
uno de
served
los
only
problemas
through
que
the
ha afectado
monetary
estos esfuerzos
policy
de estabilización en
route,
varias regiones
and there have
del
been
mundo donde
stabilization
otras
efforts
políticas que se
in
debieron
other parts
se
of the
deben
world where
instrumentarlos
some other policies that should have been implemented were not implemented as decisively and as strongly. This is something that has been said very frequently in the debates about this global situation, is the fact that the monetary policy is the only game in town. That is, it's the only tool available in the short term to pursue some overall macroeconomic goals. But that means that you are putting onus on monetary policy, and central bankers around the world who have had the luck to be able to resort to this policy and implement it this way. Clearly, not all central banks can do so, and they have been able to take advantage of any opportunity to normalize their policies.
En el caso de los Estados Unidos, bueno, pues
In the case of the
ha habido
United States,
quizá fueron los primeros el primer país en
perhaps it
entrar en
was the
crisis, por
first
lo mismo
country
pues es de los
that
primeros
experienced the
países en
crisis
estar en
and
circunstancias
is
ya de
one of the first
eh,
countries
tener cierto éxito
that
en la
is now
superación de la
able
crisis
to successfully
y por
overcome the
lo mismo pues, ya
crisis.
estamos en una etapa en la
And
cual, bueno, ya de hecho el Banco
right
Central
now,
mismo ya ha dejado de hacer algunas
the central bank
medidas como es ya no
has
seguir ampliando
discontinued some
su
measures.
balance
It is no longer
y
enlarging its
bueno,
balance
pues
sheet.
ya anda en una circunstancia en la que se puede empezar a tomar una
And
medida importante como
it is
es abandonar
contemplating
la tasa
important
de 0%.
measures like
Eh,
exiting the
Y esto,
0% interest
esto
rate.
es pues, un tema que obviamente ha generado mucho ruido en los mercados
This topic has
financieros
created a lot of
internacionales,
noise in
para
global
empezar,
financial markets.
debido a que pues, eso también como digamos el proceso de expansión monetaria que creó
Monetary expansion
asignaciones de
that
activos
created
buscando
asset
rendimiento de
allocations
una manera
that
muy
were searching
agresiva, bueno,
yield
pues
in a
la
very
reversión
aggressive manner.
obviamente también puede generar
That was the previous situation, and the reversal of this situation can create a reallotment in portfolios, and that has created an expectation that this monetary policy adjustment in the United States has already set in motion this reallotment process and has created volatility in the markets. And there are questions that might be more fundamental in nature, for example, the very fact that the recovery, whether the recovery in the United States is going to continue once this monetary accommodation is withdrawn. To be fair, the central bank has been very prudent. It has tried to telegraph its intentions through this concept of forward guidance, which entails telegraphing what the actions will be taken under different scenarios, not to catch markets by surprise and to allow the adjustment to proceed as smoothly as possible. Despite this enormous communication effort and forward guidance, there might be still surprises in store, to a large extent because the variables that have been the basis for the contingent response by the Fed by themselves might yield surprises. If we take into account the mandate of the Federal Reserve as a double purpose, inflation should be kept low, and unemployment should be as low as possible. That is the reason why the performance of these two variables have been the decisive factors. Now, these two variables cannot be anticipated fully. That is the reason why they have resulted in different readings by the markets, and therefore have generated volatility in global financial markets. In this connection, however, there is quite a strong consensus to the effect that we are closer rather than further away from interest rate liftoff. As you can see on this slide, unemployment rate, which is close to the level that was prevalent in 2007-2008. This is not free of debate because the labor participation rate has also decreased. And that, of course, helps with the unemployment rate. Nevertheless, we can see signs through several indicators in the labor market, in aggregate demand, in terms of production. All these point to a recovery in the United States economy. The output gap is still negative, but the balance sheets of households have been cleaned up and repaired. There is no longer a crisis in the financial system, public finances have been set in order. So it looks like we are coming close to a level of normality where this zero interest rate policy can be abandoned. Why? Because if the macroeconomic conditions are normalized and the very accommodating monetary stance is maintained, that points us in the direction of one of the most important objectives of the Federal Reserve, which is to maintain inflation low. In terms of inflation, you can see on the right the performance of underlying inflation and overall inflation. You see that they are quite low, and this is one of the factors that has made the reading of the situation a bit murkier, because inflation has dropped in line with the price oil slump. Underlying inflation is slightly higher, and you can see the outlook that it might increase in the future. There are some other measures, for example, the price index. In this case, I've taken the one for personal consumption spending, which is one that is tracked most closely by the Fed, but underlying inflation is around 2%. So, as I said before, there are different scenarios that point that normalization is closer rather than further away. 3 points that I should like to make. First is the date of the first increase in the benchmark rate. Second, which will be the adjustments going forward. Will there be an initial adjustment, a pause, and then subsequent increases? Will there be permanent increases in small steps? There are questions about what strategy will be followed by the Federal Reserve. And the last topic, the last factor, is the terminal level of the rate. As I said before, the Fed has made great efforts in terms of communications, and as a result of all this information and the performance of the different variables in the market, there has been a consensus that has been forged. On the left, you can see that this is the result of a survey that is conducted by Blue Chip, and the bars show different dates when the survey was conducted, and the question was, when do you expect the Fed to make the first adjustment in the benchmark rate? As you can see here, in January 2015, more than half expected a rate increase in June, but given that the economy did not perform as well as expected in the first quarter, the expectation has been pushed back. The last survey, which was in July 2015, the expectation, more than 85% of participants, was that the rate increase would happen in September 2015. So a consensus has appeared, and on the right-hand side you see which would be the expected path of increases. They are relatively gradual, but they are continuous, and the terminal rate would not be so high. As a matter of fact, the Fed has insisted on the fact that the terminal rate would probably, at least in the first stage, quite below the rates observed before the crisis. Something that this chart does not show is, as part of its communication policy, the members of the FOMC also contribute their own forecasts for the rates towards the end of the year. And what this has shown is that the members of the FOMC has been converging towards the expectations of the market. So the expectation is that the increase will happen soon in September. It will be gradual, and the rate will not go up very much. Nevertheless, the search for yield has been very active, and companies, institutional investors have been taking positions that entail higher risk, and although there is an expectation of low rates, positions have been taken in risky assets, and that has already yielded significant portfolio reassignations, because if you have a 30-year instrument, increases go back by rates go up by 1%. The results are very significant. So there has been a major portfolio reallotment, and this has been combined with the weakness in the euro area and a limited response to Prime Minister Abe's program. The dollar has been appreciating vis-a-vis other currencies. This is the DXY index, which shows an across-the-board appreciation of the US currency. We don't include emerging market currencies in this chart, but I will show later on how this has been this has affected emerging markets. This reflects the fact that in the euro area and Japan and even China, the monetary policy is loose. There is expectation that it will continue to be so. And in the United Nations, there is an expectation of imminent tightening, and the growth differential expectation has re-emphasized this appreciation in the exchange rate. As all this was occurring, there's something very important for the emerging countries, especially for Latin America. Namely, given the very weak economic growth resulting from the cooling off of the European economy, the low growth in Japan, and the most recent cooling off of China and problems in the BRICS group, commodity prices have tumbled significantly. In this chart, you see different commodity indices that have trended downwards, and in terms of trade, different countries in the region have been affected by this situation. So this is an additional factor to the interest rate increase. And this is double blow for countries like Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia. In the case of Mexico, something very important is the oil price slump. You smile when we smiled a few years back because we were very happy with high oil prices, and now is our turn, and now we have to stop smiling and we have to be a bit more worried. But that's how life is. But these are two important shocks that some countries, including Mexico, are experiencing. This has been reflected in markets, particularly. Let me go back for a second. In the exchange rate market, here you can see how volatility
los tipos de cambio de
in
países
exchange
emergentes,
rates of
la volatilidad
emerging
misma ha estado
economies.
bastante volátil, ¿no?
Volatility
Aquí
itself has been
en el año
volatile.
13 se ve este
In
aumento en la volatilidad.
2013, we see
Ese
an
fue
increase in
cuando
volatility that
sucedió
happened
o inició
when
este fenómeno que se llama el taper tantrum,
the
que es
taper
cuando
tantrum
Bernanke anunció
happened,
por primera vez
when
de
Fed
alguna
Chairman
manera
Bernanke
casual de que
casually
iban
mentioned
ya
that
a
he
dejar
was
de
going
comprar
to
activos, eso
stop
quiere decir que
buying
iban
assets.
a
That
expandir
means
más
that they were not going to enlarge their
masa
balance sheet
monetaria,
any longer in the money supply.
que después se manifestó, se materializó, y aquí se ve cómo
So you can
esta
see here
volatilidad
how this
aumentó en el año 13,
volatility
después hacia el
erupted
año
in
14 bajó esa
2013.
volatilidad,
It decreased in
pero a medida
2014,
que
but
hemos visto esta, esta anticipación a la normalización de la política monetaria,
this anticipation
junto
of
con el
monetary
choque
policy
de materias
readjustment
primas,
added
pues se ha visto
to
que
the
esa
commodity
volatilidad
price
ha
shock
aumentado.
has meant that
Para los
volatility has
diferentes
erupted.
países de América,
For countries in
sobre todo
Americas,
países emergentes,
especially
eh,
among those the
más
emerging
grandes,
economies,
digamos,
the largest
se ve
emerging
claramente
economies,
cómo esto
we can see
ha
very
generado
clearly
una
how this
depreciación de nuestras
has
divisas
pushed
contra el dólar.
our currencies downward vis-a-vis the dollar. Here you can see Mexico, Peru, Chile, Colombia, and Brazil. And I should emphasize that this is the result of a combination of shocks.
El otro tema que hace las cosas difíciles
The other
es de
topic that
que
makes life
los
more
ajustes no
complicated
son
is the fact that
graduales,
adjustments are not gradual,
sobre todo en portafolios ni
especially in
suaves.
the
Aquí en
case
la
of
lámina de la
portfolios,
izquierda
and they're
muestra
not
un
smooth either.
cardiograma,
On the left, you can
pero son los
see
flujos
you do not see
semanales,
an EKG. These are the
a
weekly
países
flows
emergentes,
to emerging
de capital.
countries, capital
Y aquí
flows
se
to
ve
emerging
cómo a
countries.
partir
And
de,
what you can see
pues,
here
la
is
crisis en el
how,
año,
starting with the
de
crisis
hecho, incluso en los años
rather, before the
inmediatos
crisis,
anteriores a
in
la crisis, la
the years
volatilidad
immediately before the
y de hecho
crisis,
ha seguido
volatility
aumentando de
increased,
manera
and
muy
it has
considerable,
been
¿no? De hecho, aquí se
increasing
ve
considerably. What you
cómo
can see
en esta
here
serie de
is
datos
that
que es el
in
Emerging
this
Portfolio Fund Research,
series
pues
of
la
data, which
mayor
is the Emerging
volatilidad se está
Portfolio
viendo
Fund
en
Research,
estos
you
últimos
can
días,
see
¿no?
an increasing
Y
volatility
esto,
over
bueno,
the
pues
last few
obviamente es
days.
parte
And
de
this is
el ajuste de portafolios
part
que
and
se ha dado.
parcel of
Entonces,
the
este tema en sí
adjustment in
mismo pues,
portfolios.
también
So
complica
this topic
el
itself
manejo de política
makes
económica
the handling
porque,
monetary
bueno, pues,
policy more
obviamente esto
complicated
genera
because
mayor volatilidad
this creates
en
more
sobre todo las variables
volatility
financieras que a la
in
postre también
financial
pueden tener efectos reales.
variables,
Si uno lo
and
ve
that
a
might
niveles
impact the real
acumulados por
economy.
año, se ve
If we look
en la
at
lámina
it
del lado
in
derecho
aggregated terms,
cómo
you can see on the
desde
right-hand
el año
side how since
2013 se
2013
empezaron a ver flujos importantes
there were
de
significant
capitales
capital
de salida,
flows
¿no?
that
Y también en el año
outflows
14 y
rather,
en el
and
15
also
prácticamente
2014.
había salidas con
In
excepción,
2015,
digamos,
you see
prácticamente
mainly
había salidas.
outflows.
Entonces, bueno, este es el entorno en el cual hemos estado
This is the environment
enfrentando,
then
¿no?
that
Y,
we have
y
been
bueno,
living
pues,
in.
esto es parte importante
And this
del
is an
reto
important part
que
of the
los
challenge
países emergentes
that
estamos,
emerging
countries
countries
confrontando ante
facing
esta
right
tesitura
now,
de ajuste en la política
given the
monetaria de
adjustment
Estados Unidos.
of the U.S. monetary policy.
Un elemento que puede ser una explicación de
Something that might account for this volatility is the fact that, as I mentioned before, there has been a great inflow of resources into emerging countries. As a matter of fact, foreign holdings of external debt securities is quite large. You can see this on this screen. The percentage has been increasing significantly. We have seen certain stabilization, but this might be due to the fact that there are other factors that are increasing volatility, which is the fact that investors might be hedging their exchange rate exposure through the derivatives market. So the hedging happens through derivatives, and that might have an impact on the exchange rate market. We also should say that there has been a large increase in corporate debt in many emerging countries denominated in foreign currency, and this is something that should be watched because we do not want that to become a vulnerability factor. Many corporations that have got debt in foreign exchange have natural hedging because they're exporters, but there are other companies that work in the non-trade sector, and they might have this might be for them a source of vulnerability. So many corporations have been hedging themselves, and this may have exacerbated volatility in the market. We can also see this in higher interest rates in different countries. We are still in a world of historically low interest rates, and to a large extent, this is due to the fact that many countries have maintained macroeconomic frameworks that are sound, and that makes us resilient to the shocks created by this normalization of interest rates. Having said all this, and after explaining what has been happening, I think it is important to talk about what countries can do before these circumstances. Overall, I think that the main goal for any country would be to find out how to have a sustainable growth rate, preferably a fast one, but there should be financial stability at the same time. If we look around the world right now, there are very few countries that can say that they have met both conditions. There are countries that are very stable, but their growth is very low. Some of them have looked for higher growth through macroeconomic expansionary policies, but they have paid a price in terms of financial stability. The challenge then is to find a policy mix that should be adequate for the world we're living in, and to reach this goal, which should be a common one. It is not only about finding a temporary growth rate, but we also need to seek stability, and markets will discriminate among countries that have stability and at the same time can achieve a higher growth rate. I'm bringing this up because I believe it is important, and this is more difficult than would be the case usually. You can say, isn't this the objective that all countries should normally pursue? But the circumstances that we are going through constrains the use of monetary economy tools, the standard ones. And this normalization scenario, although there's a presumption that the adjustment of US monetary policy will be gradual and orderly, we should not think that there will not be high volatility episodes, and after so many years of trying to solve the global financial countries do not have much space through the fiscal policy side, for example, to generate higher growth. Given the degree of capital inflows into many of the economies, the markets are not as tolerant of weak
Entonces,
macroeconomic
digamos, cuando menos
fundamentals.
desde mi punto de vista, y bueno, la realidad es que este es un poco el plan que ha seguido México, es pues de alguna manera tener una combinación de reforzar lo más que se pueda los fundamentos macroeconómicos, de hecho privilegiar el objetivo de estabilidad financiera en el uso de los instrumentos tradicionales de política macro y depender de reformas estructurales para inducir un mayor crecimiento económico, ¿no? Entonces, lo que ha venido haciendo México, bueno, y de hecho es un poco lo que a mí se me hace que lo razonable para muchos países es, sobre todo ante esta posibilidad de mayor volatilidad en los mercados, es distinguirse por una fuerte posición fiscal, una política monetaria orientada a la estabilidad de precios, para aquellos que tengan la posibilidad de usar el tipo de cambio como amortiguador de choques
currencies
externos,
as a buffer,
sobre todo porque
well, they should use it because fiscal and monetary policies should be an anchor concerning the exchange rate. And in turn, this would allow variation in the real exchange rate, which in turn is important to allow stimulus in the trade sector of an economy. And on the other hand, of course, to have a manageable balance sheet with low current accounts and with preferably high international reserves with additional backstops, like is the case of Mexico, Colombia, and Poland, with a flexible credit line from the IMF. And on the other hand, to have a sound financial system properly capitalized, which will not face vulnerability. And concerning the promotion of growth, the reforms need to take place. It's, of course, to look growth through a difficult path, but to allow our economies to be more productive, more competitive, to avoid dependency on raw material. And for this, of course, well, the bad news is that it's difficult. But the good news for our region, where we see many distortions, is you have where to choose from. And of course, to have an impact shouldn't be so difficult. And also, I believe that this should be an important focal point, and to avoid critical bottlenecks in infrastructure, in human capital, and also to try and have greater opportunities for private investment and for public expenditures to be guided rather towards investments. And generally speaking, we have to create the proper investment environment to promote competition, to strengthen rule of law, and this truly are issues that have affected us now for many years. So it would be important to truly use these circumstances where we do not have other tools so as to move towards this path and to promote economic growth in a sound and sustainable manner. Now, as I am saying, we find ourselves at a crossroad in which we will go through maybe a volatile period, troublesome as well. Well, at present, we're watching the consequences of this standardization adjustments. Let's see what happens if this is a given. Much has been said already. Not everything has been said as yet, and eventually, I believe that that's part of the good news for us. In other words, that when this troublesome period, well, maybe it's too because the U.S. economy is stronger, and if that is so, that will have to benefit the economies in the regions. And one of the things we're seeing at present are paradoxical issues. For example, in the case of Mexico, a positive figure of the U.S. economy oh, it appreciated the peso because it was said, well, industrial activity is growing in the United States, and this will bring along more import from Mexico, and that, of course, has strengthened the peso, and there was an appreciation of this currency. Today, we're seeing that a good economic figure tends to lower the peso or depreciate the peso because we tend to think that standardization will take place before. So there is an adjustment of investment stock, and that's stopping the underlying positive effect that the strong economy in the United States should convey. So the important thing is for this transition period to be overcome and to be able to manage this transition better towards the standardization, and to return to those circumstances in which a strong U.S. economy will imply better expectations on those countries that deal much with the United States, like, for example, the countries in this region, and for this to convey financial stability. So, of course, it's a transition issue, and of course, we have to carry out this stock transition to be as smooth and gradual and positive as much as possible. And as a matter of fact, a mix of policies as the ones I'm suggesting, well, should contribute for the country risk measures be reduced, and that, per se, to allow investments in our country and for the process to be smoother. After having said this, I would end as our surroundings say that there will be lower growth. We can't depend much on the external sectors, although the United States will grow, but it won't be sufficient. Therefore, we need to look for our own sources of growth. This is why the structural reforms are very important in an environment in which we anticipate greater volatility, and towards this standardization is urgent, and to strengthen macroeconomic basis. And these at present cannot be used to promote economic growth. This is all from my side. Thank you.
Consejo Monetario Centroamericano.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Primeramente,
First of all,
en mi condición de presidente del Consejo Monetario Centroamericano,
the President of the
nos
Central
complace
American Monetary Council, we are
resaltar
very pleased to
la
highlight
importancia de este
The
foro.
importance of
No
this
por
forum,
casualidad,
not
es la
by
13ª
chance,
vez
this is the
que lo
13th
llevamos
time
a cabo,
that
lo cual
we hold
demuestra que
this
el
conference,
diálogo ha
which
sido
shows a dialogue
fructífero,
has been very
al mismo
fruitful,
tiempo que
and
nos
at the same
permite
time,
seguir
it
identificando
allows us
sendas
to
para
continue
fomentar el
identifying
desarrollo y la integración
roads
económica
to
de
go on
Centroamérica,
the Central
Panamá y
American
República Dominicana.
economic integration together with Panama and
Creo
Dominican
que a lo largo
Republic.
de
I
estos 2
think that
días
throughout these 2 days,
tenido la
we have had the
oportunidad de
opportunity
escuchar a
to
un sinnúmero
listen to
de ponentes
different
donde nos han
speakers
mostrado
that have
claramente
clearly
cuál es el
shown
entorno
what is the
internacional,
international
tanto de manera
environment,
económica
both
como
in
financiera,
economic and
que nos ha
financial
permitido
issues that have allowed
identificar
us to
los
identify
riesgos
the
y
risks
vulnerabilidades
and
que de una u otra
vulnerabilities
forma
that
nos manda un mensaje
somehow
claro
send us a clear
de crear
message
políticas
of creating
amortiguadoras y al mismo
policies,
tiempo, en el caso
buffer
particular de
policies,
Centroamérica,
and in the
Panamá y
particular
República
case of
Dominicana,
Central America, Dominican
aprovechar el
Republic, and
contexto
Panama to
internacional
take advantage
de
of the
bajos
international
precios del
context
petróleo
of the
para
low
incrementar el
oil
potencial de
prices to
crecimiento económico
increase the
en nuestros
potential of
países.
economic growth in
En
our
ese
countries.
contexto
In this
se han planteado
context,
una gran
we
cantidad
have
de
proposed
caminos viables
a series
para
of viable
fortalecer la
roads to
estabilidad
strengthen
macroeconómica y financiera como
macroeconomic and
pilar
financial
fundamental para lograr el crecimiento económico,
growth to
pero
achieve
sobre todo
economic
para
growth and
reducir las
particularly to
desigualdades
reduce
sociales,
the
ampliar
social
las
inequalities,
oportunidades económicas
expand the economic
y de manera muy
opportunities,
particular
and most
mejorar la
particularly to
productividad
improve
y la formación
productivity
del capital humano
and
en nuestra
formation
región.
or education of human
Eh,
capital in our regions.
Las exposiciones
The
que nos hiciera
presentations
una el día de ayer
made
el señor Luis
one
Carranza de
yesterday, Mr.
Perú
Luis
y más
Carranza from Peru, and
recientemente
more
doña
recently
Laura Banqués
Ms.
en el
Laura
campo fiscal.
Banquez, the
Creo
fiscal
que han mostrado la
field
utilidad
have shown
de
the
mantener la
usefulness
responsabilidad
of
fiscal
keeping fiscal
a fin de
responsibility
generar
to
un mayor
generate
espacio para
greater
apoyar la
space
inversión
to
social,
support
pero
social
sobre todo
investment,
para
but
garantizar la
particularly to
sostenibilidad
guarantee
fiscal y de la
fiscal
deuda pública.
sustainability and
Asimismo, el
sustainability
día
of
de
public
ayer,
debt.
don
Similarly, yesterday,
Lorenzo Figlioli
Lorenzo
efectuó un
Figlioli
diagnóstico muy
made
preciso
a
del
very
entorno
precise
internacional y de
diagnosis
la
of the
situación de los países
international
de la
environment
región,
and the situation
donde
that countries
claramente
of the
definió
region
las
were
políticas
clearly
fiscales, monetarias y
delineated
financieras,
the
así como
financial,
las reformas
monetary
estructurales que podrían
policies
formar
and these
parte de una
structural
estrategia integral y
that
más
could form
comprensiva
a more
para reducir las
comprehensive
vulnerabilidades y fortalecer el
activity
crecimiento
to
exclusivo. De manera
is
muy particular,
exclusive,
quisiera
strengthening, and
destacar
most
también
particularly I would
la
like to
presentación
highlight the
de la
presentation
colega
from
Ana Gorbacho,
colleague Ana
lo cual fue
Gorbacho,
muy
which was
interesante
very interesting
porque creo que nos mostró
because I think it
con
showed
bastante
us with
precisión y
great
rigor académico
precision and
las
academic
interrelaciones
rigor
financieras
the
regionales
financial
que hemos
regional
analizado
interrelations that we
que nos permite
analyzed and that allow
determinar
us to
algún tipo de
determine some
mecanismos para
type
poder
of
cerrar
mechanism to be
las
able to
brechas
close
microprudenciales,
the
fortalecer las
microprudential
políticas
gaps and
macroprudenciales
strength
y
the
establecer
macroprudential
marcos de gestión de
policies and
crisis, todo
establish crisis
desde una
frameworks
perspectiva nacional,
from a
pero con una
national
visión
perspective with a vision,
regional,
with a
todo
regional
ello
vision.
en
All of
orden
this
orientada a
oriented
promover la
to
estabilidad
promote
y la integración
stability
financiera
and
regional que
financial
requiere mayor
regional
coordinación. En ese
stability
sentido,
that requires
no
of
está de
great
más recordar
coordination.
que los
So
presidentes de
we
bancos
must
centrales y
remember that the
superintendentes de Centroamérica,
presidents
Panamá,
of the Central
República
Reserve
Dominicana y
Banks and
Colombia hemos
superintendents from
suscrito un acuerdo de
Mexico,
cooperación
Colombia,
para la
and Panama
preservación y
have
fortalecimiento de la
signed
estabilidad
an
financiera
agreement
regional
for
que
the
todavía
regional
está en proceso de
stability that
instrumentación,
is
pero
still
que es
in the
fundamental
process,
en línea con
but
todo
it's
lo que se ha
fundamental
discutido
along
a
lines
lo
that
largo
have
de
been
estos
discussed
2
throughout
días.
these last 2
Más
days.
recientemente,
More
la
recently,
presentación de
the
Agustín, que
presentation from
acaba de salir
Agustin
por demás elocuente como
is
siempre,
as
pero
eloquent
que
as
nos trajo a
ever, but
colación
that
el
brought
contexto del
the
impacto de la
context of
normalización
the
de la política
impact of
monetaria
normalization
en
of
Estados
monetary
Unidos,
policy
sus
in the
posibles
United States and
implicaciones
its
para las
possible
economías
implications for the
emergentes y de manera
emerging
muy particular
economies, and
para
most
Centroamérica,
particularly for Central
Panamá y
America,
República
Panama
Dominicana,
and Dominican
por el
Republic,
alto nivel de
due to
correlación
the
de
high
nuestra
level
actividad
of
económica
correlation
con lo
of
que
our
pasa
economic
en Estados
activity about
Unidos,
what is going
lo cual
on
nos
in the
obliga
United States, which
a seguir
obliges
pensando en
us to continue
fortalecer
thinking and
nuestras
strengthen
reservas
our
internacionales
international
y
reserves
repensar los
and
mecanismos de
rethink
financiamiento
about the financing mechanisms
aquellas que
of our
están
economies,
altamente
especially
dolarizadas,
those that are highly
así como la
dollarized,
importancia
especially
de
the
tener una
importance of
supervisión
having
consolidada
consolidated
transfronteriza para fortalecer el
supervision,
crecimiento
cross-border
económico
supervision to
acelerado,
strengthen,
sostenido,
accelerate,
pero sobre
sustained
todo en un
economic,
marco de estabilidad
and
financiera.
especially in a framework of
Quisiera
economic
resaltar un mensaje de Agustín
financial
que me lo llevo
stability.
muy en
I would
mente
like to
y es
state
que aparecía en
a
su última filmina
quote from
de que no hay
something that
espacio
Agustin said, and it was
tan
in his
grande
last
como
slide, that there's
pensamos
not
muchos
such a large
para
space as we
promover el
all think to
crecimiento
promote
económico
economic
por la
growth
vía de la
through
política fiscal
the
y
fiscal
monetaria
policy and
expansionista,
monetary
sino más
expansionist
bien por el
monetary
lado
policy,
de
but
las mejoras
rather
de
through
productividad
improvements
y
in
las reformas
productivity and
estructurales,
structural
especialmente
reforms,
aquellas
especially
orientadas a
those
focalizar el
oriented
gasto
to
para
focalize
promover
on
la
spending
educación
to
y
promote
la formación de
education
capital humano.
and education of human
Finalmente,
capital.
no
Finally,
está de más agradecer
we also
nuevamente
wish to thank
a las
once
autoridades
again the
salvadoreñas
authorities from El Salvador
por su excelente
for their
organización
excellent
y por la
organization and
hospitalidad
for the
durante
hospitality
estos
during
días y los que nos
these
tenemos
2
que quedar
days,
todavía mañana
and those of
seguramente la
us who
seguiremos gozando,
will stay here, we
así
will
como los
continue enjoying the
aportes
hospitality
muy
as well as the
importantes por
important
parte del Fondo
contributions on the
Monetario
part of the
Internacional y de todas sus
International Monetary
autoridades
Fund, its
que de
authorities,
una u otra forma
who
han promovido
has
esta reunión para
promoted
seguir
this meeting to
fortaleciendo
continue
los lazos
strengthening
de cooperación
the
con la
bonds of
región
cooperation with the
centroamericana,
Central American
así como a
region,
todos los
as well
invitados
as all of
especiales,
these special
especialmente
guests,
aquellos que
most
vienen de fuera de la
especially
región,
to those that
que
come
han
from outside of the
permitido
region that
compartir
have
sus experiencias
been able
con
to
nosotros,
share their
las cuales han
experiences
sido
with
de
us,
mucha
which have been
utilidad
of
y
great
serán de mucho
usefulness
interés
and
para el
will be of
futuro de la
great
región.
interest for the future of the region.
Esperamos que este
We
mismo nivel de
hope that the same
de
level
expositores
of
y de presencia de parte del Fondo Monetario
speakers and
Internacional se siga
presence on the part of
manteniendo en
the
las próximas
International
reuniones,
Monetary Fund
que
will
se
continue
mantengan
to
los
be
enfoques
there
que
during
hemos
following
discutido
meetings
hoy
and to
de
continue with
amplio
the focus
diálogo
that we have
franco, directo y
spoken
productivo,
of frank
y
dialogue, a very
esperamos que la
productive
próxima
dialogue, and we
conferencia
hope that
en
the
el hermano
following
país de Guatemala
conference
en
in
julio de 2016
Guatemala in
pueda
July of
sobrepasar las expectativas que han
2016
sido
can surpass the
desarrolladas
expectations
en
that
esta
were
reunión. Así
carried
que
out
en nombre
during
del
this
Consejo
meeting.
Monetario
So on behalf
Centroamericano,
of the Central
nuestro
American Monetary
agradecimiento
Council,
y
our
reiterar
appreciation
siempre
and
nuestra disposición
reiterate
para
our
seguir colaborando
willingness to
en
continue
este proceso de
collaborating
diálogo.
in this dialogue
Buen día a
process.
todos.
Good day.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, licenciado Tábara, por
Thank you
sus
very much,
palabras.
Mr. Rara, for
Y
your
doy la palabra
and
al
now
licenciado
give the floor
Alejandro Werner,
to
director del
Alejandro
Western
Werner,
Hemisphere
Director of
Department
the Western
del
Hemisphere
Fondo Monetario
Department of International Monetary Fund.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Yo voy a ser muy breve
I will be
porque
very
Marlon
brief
se robó mis
because
notas.
Marlon took my
Entonces,
notes. He stole
básicamente,
away the words I wanted to say.
lo que yo tenía
So
preparado de
basically what I
decir
had
lo ha
prepared to
resumido
say,
muy bien,
he
pero en
has
primer
summarized
lugar,
it very well.
a nombre del
But
Fondo
first of all,
Monetario
on
Internacional
behalf of the
quería
International Monetary
agradecer a las
Fund, I would like to
autoridades
express my appreciation
salvadoreñas,
to the
al
Salvadoran
ministro
authorities,
Cáceres,
as well
con
as
quien
to
venimos
Minister
trabajando ya
Cáceres, with
por
whom we've
mucho
been
tiempo, al
working for
presidente
a long
Cabrera,
time, to President
por la
Cabrera,
organización de esta
for having
conferencia regional
organized this
por
regional
segunda vez en
conference for the
este país,
second
asimismo
time
el agradecimiento del Fondo
in our
Monetario
country. And
a
also I'd
todos
like
los
to express my
participantes
appreciation
y
to the
también
IMF, to its
especialmente a los
participants,
que han
and
venido
especially to those who came
de lejos,
from far away, Laura
Luis
Vangues, Luis
Dr.
Carranza,
Carstens,
Dr. Carstens,
y a todos ustedes
and to all of
nuevamente.
you.
Creo que la
Once again,
conferencia
I would
ha
like to
superado
say
las
that the conference has
expectativas.
gone
Cada vez se
beyond
está
our
convirtiendo en un
expectations.
foro
It
de
is
debate,
increasingly becoming a
más
forum
intenso,
for more
y
intense
al
discussion,
poder compartir
and in being
experiencias
able to
de fuera de
exchange
la región
experiences from outside
para
the
enfrentar
region,
problemas
this helps us to
similares
confront
a los que
similar
analizamos
problems
día a día
similar
con
to
ustedes.
those
Creo que
we
esto
analyze
alimenta
and
mucho el trabajo,
assess
la agenda
here.
que nosotros tenemos que
This
hacer con
feeds into
ustedes
our work
en
and
los
into the
próximos
agenda we
meses.
will
Con
have
respecto al entorno
working
internacional,
with you
claramente
during
se
the
ha
next few months. As for the
resaltado mucho
as
los
for the
vientos
international
favorables
environment,
que
we have
empujan
underlined
el
the
desempeño
favorable
económico
movements that are
en la región, y
fostering
también que esto debe
economic
de verse
performance
como
in
una
the region.
oportunidad
This should be seen as
para,
an
pues, básicamente
opportunity
consolidar
to
algunos
consolidate
aspectos de la política
some
macroeconómica
aspects
que se habían
of the
debilitado
macroeconomic
en los
policy
últimos
that
años.
had
Y
weakened
creo
in the
que para
last few
tomar
years.
ventaja de este
And to
entorno,
take advantage of
esta va a ser
this
una
environment, I
condición
would like to say
necesaria.
that is a
¿Por qué?
necessary
Porque si bien es
precondition,
cierto
because
que el
even though it
aumento de
is
tasas de
true
interés
that
que
the increase
esperamos
of the
en los mercados
interest rates, which we
internacionales
expect will
de
happen
capital
soon in capital markets,
no tiene de manera directa la magnitud
directly does not have, is not of sufficient size to offset the positive effects of the growth in the U.S. and the fall in oil prices, it is also true that some countries of the region have been able to avail themselves of this access to international capital markets, but always under favorable conditions. It could be, if fundamentals are not strengthened, it could be that some of the issuers most affected by this reallocation of portfolio will have to rethink their activities. So to the extent that fundamentals or participants in markets do not see an improvement in fundamentals, well, then the increase in the interest rates in the U.S. or normalization of its monetary policy might end up having more market effects, more pronounced effects in those countries that do not have sound fundamentals. And this is something that we have seen in the taper tantrum. And going to the international environment, there were some aspects that were not mentioned. For instance, the importance in some countries of the region of continuing to work on reducing crime, improving governance, and improving the rule of law, as well, of course, as education. As for infrastructure and going back to public finances, I would like to say that this morning's presentation on the Netherlands, rules need to be simple. That is very important. That is crucial. I have worked on this topic in the last 3 years at the IMF, but also when I worked in Mexico. And really, the only benefit of complicated rules is for those who designed them, because they become the monopoly of know-how on how to use these rules. At the end of the day, the result are fiscal systems that differ from the objectives that were set. Many countries that have set these complicated rules end up first with increasing trend in their debt GDP ratio, but in addition, we don't see the counter-cyclical exercise they had seen. What we see is an expansionary cycle that then does not revert when economic conditions improve. So I think that the lesson that we have learned that rules should be simple, easily monitored, and focused on final targets and objectives is crucial when trying to search for a fiscal framework that will lead to sustainability and good public finance management. As for financial vulnerabilities, Marlon focused well on the points on which we have to work, underlining the need to continue making progress in consolidated cross-border supervision and in developing frameworks of macroprudential policy, as well as closely follow the evolution of the financial system. Also try to continue moving towards more exchange flexibility and finding a space between risk and the pass-through, but always using exchange rate as an adjustment variable. That will be very important in an environment where dollar has appreciated substantially and will continue probably appreciating in the next 12 months. That is a major risk that we have to take into account. We've seen how many currencies in the region have depreciated without generating major inflationary impacts. So we have to continue studying this experience of countries such as Chile, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, that began this transition about 15 or 20 years ago and today have very flexible currencies, although 10 years ago they did not. So I think we have to better understand this process. Well, that was it. Just to conclude, I would like to now thank my appreciation to the Guatemalan authorities, especially Sergio Recinos, President of the Guatemalan Central Bank, in offering to be host of the next regional conference, and to make a request to all of you, and that is that we would like to listen to your suggestions on topics to be covered, as well as speakers for this next regional conference. In the last few years, we've always tried to ensure that the conference not be a forum where we repeat the messages that we exchange every year, but rather a forum where we all learn from the experiences of third parties that will help us to focus our agenda towards the future, so that in the next few months, let us work to set up the agenda for the next regional conference. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Sergio.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro.
Thank you, Alejandro.
También me quiero unir a los
I would also like to join those who have
especialmente
expressed
al
their
Banco
appreciation, especially
de
to
Reserva del
the
Salvador,
Reserve
a las
Bank
demás
of El Salvador,
autoridades
as well as the
salvadoreñas
other
por la
Salvadoran
hospitalidad,
authorities for their
al Fondo
hospitality,
Monetario
to the
Internacional,
International
como siempre,
Monetary Fund,
apoyándonos
who has
en el
always
área,
supported us in this
a la
area,
Secretaría del Consejo
to the
Monetario
Secretariat
Centroamericano,
of the Central
que
American
también
Monetary Council,
contribuyen
which has also
en la organización de
contributed
este
to
evento.
organize this event.
Como ya se dijo,
As
para
has been
todos
said,
nosotros los
for us,
que participamos
those
en
of
estas
us who have
conferencias,
participated in these
sumamente
conferences,
provechoso
this has been very
escuchar las
useful
experiencias de
to
otros
listen
países,
to the experiences from other countries,
especialmente
and especially
extraer
to extract
lecciones
lessons
que nos permitan a cada
that will
uno
allow
de
all
los
of
hacedores
us,
de
to
política
all
hacer lo mejor
policymakers,
en cada
to
uno
do our best
de nuestros países y
in our
que
countries,
cumplamos con la
and that
mayor
we
responsabilidad las atribuciones que
fulfill
tenemos asignadas.
with full responsibility
Así que,
our
pues
assigned
felicitar a todos
responsibilities.
por
So I would
la
like to
conferencia,
congratulate
especialmente al Fondo
everyone for the
Monetario
conference,
Internacional,
especially
por
the International Monetary Fund,
calidad de
for
expositores
the
que
quality
nos
of the
trae
speakers
usualmente.
they have brought
Segundo
to us.
lugar, pues desde
Secondly,
ya,
and as of now, I would
invitarlos
like to
a
invite
que
you
el próximo año
so that
nos
next year
acompañen
you'll
próxima
be with us
conferencia
at the
en
next
Guatemala.
regional conference, which will be held in
Estoy
Guatemala.
seguro que con la ayuda
I
de
am
todos ustedes
convinced
y
that
su
with
presencia,
your
pues
assistance
vamos
and
a
with
tratar
your
de
presence,
al
we
menos
will be
igualar
able
la
to at
que
least
la que estamos
equal
cerrando
this
actualmente
meeting that we're closing
y
now.
pues haremos todo
And
ese
we will
esfuerzo
do
para
our
que las
utmost
mismas
to ensure
sigan siendo
that these
lo más
conferences
valioso posible.
continue
Así que
being
muchas
as valuable
gracias
as
y los
possible. Thank you
esperamos
very
en
much,
Guatemala.
and we will be seeing you in Guatemala. A ver, ¿van a decir algo más? A ver si...
STV. Necesitamos aquí que nos bajen un parlante, por favor. Muy buenos días. Vamos a iniciar la conferencia de prensa. Preside la mesa doctor Alejandro Werner, director del hemisferio occidental del Fondo Monetario Internacional, licenciado Carlos Cáceres, ministro de Hacienda, doctor Oscar Cabrera Melgar, presidente del Banco Central de Reserva, y el ingeniero Ricardo Perdomo, superintendente del sistema financiero. Antes de iniciar la conferencia, solicitamos atentamente que cuando hagan las preguntas, traten de hacer una por las personas que se han anotado por preguntas, y segundo, que sean sobre la conferencia regional que se acaba de desarrollar. Cualquier otra pregunta de otro tema se puede tocar posteriormente con cada funcionario. Muchas gracias. Entonces, iniciamos con Guadalupe Bonilla de Canal 33.
Sí, buenas tardes. Yo tengo, mis preguntas son para el señor Werner y saber si hay recomendaciones puntuales para El Salvador respecto al tema de subsidios y al tema de pensiones.
Obviamente a través del tiempo hemos comentado con la prensa y también con las autoridades salvadoreñas puntos específicos sobre la política fiscal en este país. Como ustedes saben, y ayer también aquí estuvo uno de los subdirectores gerentes comentando temas sobre la necesidad de tener una senda sostenible de finanzas públicas, de ir reduciendo la razón de deuda PIB, etcétera. Y en ese contexto, claramente, el tema de la consolidación de los sistemas de pensiones es crucial. Y entiendo que hay trabajo al respecto, pero claramente un tema importante en la estrategia de fortalecimiento de las finanzas públicas a mediano plazo es el tema de pensiones. Este tema ya se trató en una conferencia que se dio hace unos meses, donde también estuvo el ministro y yo tuve, digamos, la fortuna de venir, y había gente, representantes del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, del Banco Mundial, y creo que el representante del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo lo dijo muy bien, que hay múltiples maneras de resolver el problema de las pensiones. Obviamente lo importante es tener un sistema de pensiones que cumpla con los objetivos de generar pensiones dignas, de que este sistema de pensiones sea financieramente sostenible, y que la sostenibilidad del sistema no recaiga en la debilidad de las finanzas públicas. Y que obviamente este sistema también de pensiones contribuya a tener una cobertura amplia, etcétera, y por lo tanto también a objetivos sociales importantes. Para alcanzar estos objetivos hay muchos diseños que también responden a diferentes preferencias sociales, etcétera, y es al final del día la obligación del sistema político de cada país ir eligiendo los sistemas que quieren, pero claramente respetando y tratando de lograr estos objetivos al menor costo posible, ¿no? Yo creo que esa es la discusión en la que entiendo la sociedad salvadoreña ha estado, y ojalá lleguen, digamos, a una conclusión que cumpla con esos objetivos. Sobre el tema de subsidios, es muy general. O sea, yo diría que nuestra recomendación en estos casos, a una respuesta tan amplia sobre subsidios en general, es que uno tiene que analizar de qué estamos hablando, pero que realmente los subsidios deberían de estar focalizados en dos aspectos. Uno, en cuál es la población destinataria de estos subsidios. En muchos casos, en muchos países vemos subsidios muy amplios que se dan, digamos, a través de descuentos de precios de ciertos bienes, y que un porcentaje muy grande de estos subsidios en esos casos termina siendo destinado a la población de altos ingresos. ¿Por qué? Porque como proporción del consumo total de esos productos, las poblaciones de altos ingresos representan un porcentaje elevado. Entonces, en ese sentido, hay que buscar los mecanismos para que los subsidios se canalicen de manera muy focalizada a las poblaciones que la política pública de subsidios quiere alcanzar. Ese sería uno. Y el segundo también, que el subsidio esté bien destinado para el objetivo último que se quiere, ¿no? O sea, hay muchos ejemplos de subsidios que realmente no generan las condiciones o los beneficios últimos que a veces buscamos sobre la salud, sobre la alimentación, nutrición, etcétera. Y lo que es muy importante es que sean eficientes en lograr esos objetivos a través de la experiencia internacional que nosotros vemos en la misma conferencia. Ayer se hablaba de algunos tipos de subsidios que al estar mal diseñados terminaban generando desperdicios muy importantes, etcétera, y eso es lo que hay que evitar. Más allá de eso, tendríamos que hablar de casos específicos para tener recomendaciones más puntuales.
La segunda pregunta está a cargo de Rodolfo Ortiz, del Diario de Hoy.
Buenos días. Mi pregunta es para el ministro de Hacienda. Quería saber si se ha alcanzado algún acuerdo en estas reuniones en cuanto al tema del ajuste fiscal, el 3.5% que había recomendado antes el FMI.
Bueno, primeramente quisiera enviar un saludo al pueblo salvadoreño a través de ustedes, y quisiera, a nombre del gobierno de la República, el presidente Sánchez Serén, el secretario Lorenzana y el presidente del Banco Central y superintendente, agradecer al fondo por haber hecho la 13ª conferencia acá, y por medio del fondo agradecer a los expositores y a cada uno de los visitantes que tuvimos el honor de tener. Espero que hayan tenido una estadía buena. La verdad que en esta conferencia no hubo ninguna recomendación específica para El Salvador. Siempre, todas las exposiciones siempre son buenas recomendaciones. En esto se tocaron temas fundamentales de coyuntura y futuro. Se tocó el tema de crecimiento con estabilidad. Siempre el tema de finanzas públicas sanas es una recomendación que el fondo tiene, y es algo que el gobierno de la República está comprometido a tener finanzas públicas sanas y a realizar los ajustes que sean necesarios para lograr una estabilidad de la deuda y la reducción del déficit fiscal. Además de eso, hubo algunos temas importantes. El tema de la nueva política monetaria de Estados Unidos, que genera un riesgo por posibles alzas en las tasas de interés, con recomendaciones muy puntuales del gobernador Carsten de México en materia de cuidar siempre el crecimiento con estabilidad, un sistema financiero sano y seguro, y siempre las finanzas públicas resultan que hay que cautelarlas, hay que protegerlas. En esto de los ajustes, quiero expresarles de que El Salvador está comprometido con reducir la tendencia, cambiar la tendencia de la deuda y bajar el déficit fiscal. Esto implica naturalmente un programa de focalización de subsidios, se está realizando. Ustedes saben que los subsidios del transporte, electricidad y el gas se han reducido notablemente, y también comprometidos con con la reforma al sistema de pensiones. Creo que eso nos va a dar un espacio grande, sobre todo porque las pensiones a lo largo de la reforma que inició en 1998 han venido generándole obligaciones al Estado sin tener ninguna contrapartida de flujo. Esto implica una transferencia de recursos hacia los pensionados y a los cotizantes, aún representando una cobertura muy baja. Así es que estamos trabajando en eso. En los próximos días vamos a realizar la propuesta de la nación que está trabajándose y está casi terminada.
La siguiente pregunta es a cargo de Mirna Lozano de Radio La Chévere.
Gracias, buenas tardes a todos. Mi pregunta va dirigida al señor Werner. Bueno, ustedes, el Fondo Monetario Internacional ha dicho que este es como el momento adecuado para que El Salvador pueda profundizar en las reformas a los subsidios y el tema de pensiones. Ahora, mi pregunta es, ¿qué pasaría si El Salvador no impulsa o no profundiza en estas reformas, tomando en cuenta que tanto pensiones como subsidios son los que ensanchan la deuda del país y generan también mayor déficit fiscal?
El escenario que se podría materializar en caso de que estos temas no sean atendidos es un escenario en el cual, como comentaba el ministro, la deuda como porcentaje de la economía, la deuda pública, sigue creciendo. Este crecimiento de la deuda pública lo que hace es que las necesidades del sector público se cumplan a costa de la disponibilidad de recursos para otros fines en la economía. Entonces, a la medida que esto sigue creciendo, cada vez va a haber menos recursos para proyectos productivos del sector privado, para proyectos de infraestructura. Entonces, la capacidad de crecimiento de la economía, por un lado, se ve afectada. El otro problema es que en un país como en una familia, al final del día, la deuda no puede crecer al infinito. Entonces, la deuda crece por diferentes motivos, pero aquellos agentes económicos que están financiando ese crecimiento de la deuda lo hacen sabiendo, esperando, pensando que en el futuro los gobiernos, las familias van a estabilizar este crecimiento de la deuda y eventualmente la comienzan también a pagar o a reducir. Y entonces el gran riesgo que hemos visto a través de la historia económica en América Latina muchas veces es que estos procesos que a veces en 1 año, 2 años se ven como sostenibles, se ven financiables, etcétera, de repente, ya sea por cuestiones externas o por cuestiones domésticas, empiezan a haber un incremento en la complejidad del financiamiento de este déficit. Y cuando eso ocurre, lo que se da es lo que muchas veces se ha llamado un freno abrupto. Y cuando se da un freno abrupto, lo que ocurre es que un gobierno tiene que pasar de un déficit de X a 0. Entonces tiene que consolidar las finanzas públicas de una manera muy brusca, muy drástica, lo cual genera efectos en la economía muy nocivos, en lugar de hacerlo de manera gradual y sin generar estos efectos nocivos de pérdida de credibilidad, de ajustes al presupuesto urgentes y por lo tanto poco eficientes, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, ese es un poco el escenario alternativo que es muy difícil decir si se puede presentar el año que viene, en 2 años o en 3 años, pero a través del tiempo es difícil pensar en un país con las condiciones de desarrollo que tienen la mayoría de los países de América Latina, que haya podido transitar por un periodo largo de crecimiento en su razón de deuda producto.
La siguiente pregunta, Lourdes Quintanilla de la Prensa Gráfica.
Gracias. Mi pregunta son 2 preguntas para el señor Werner. La primera es, al final de esta reunión, ¿qué se concluyó que va a ser el efecto que van a tener el incremento en las tasas de interés de Estados Unidos sobre Centroamérica y si puede detallar sobre El Salvador? Y la segunda pregunta es si también se consideraron en los riesgos que se pueden presentar en un mediano plazo el bloqueo político a las reformas necesarias para el ajuste fiscal. Gracias.
Sí, en primer lugar, sobre el impacto del inicio del proceso de normalización de tasas de interés en Estados Unidos sobre Centroamérica, yo creo que se discutió bastante en la conferencia, tuvimos una presentación del gobernador del Banco de México al respecto, y creo que hay un consenso que existe una probabilidad elevada de que este proceso se dé dentro de un entorno de orden en los mercados financieros. En ese escenario, las economías de Centroamérica y México y el Caribe se deberían de beneficiar bastante más por la recuperación de la economía de Estados Unidos y los efectos positivos que esto puede tener en exportaciones, en remesas, en turismo, etcétera, que el efecto negativo que puede tener sobre la demanda agregada el incremento de las tasas de interés. Ahora, también se mencionó y se comentó en la conferencia que obviamente dado que este proceso de condiciones financieras tan laxas lleva mucho tiempo, ha generado también posiciones financieras muy importantes en mercados emergentes, etcétera, que existe un riesgo de que esto detone un cierto ajuste en portafolio, cierta volatilidad y que esto limite parte de los efectos positivos que considerábamos anteriormente, ¿no? Y obviamente los bancos centrales, las autoridades que regulan el sistema financiero han estado muy atentos para que los países puedan atender un fenómeno de volatilidad como este. Sobre el caso de El Salvador, pues yo más bien dejaría que las autoridades del país mencionen un poco en específico cómo esto afecta al país. A lo del bloqueo político, bueno, pues yo creo que al final del día describí un poco cuál creo que son un escenario alternativo y dónde se generan problemas en caso de que no se puedan generar consensos que lleven, digamos, a las reformas como las que mencionaba el ministro en el ámbito de pensiones y eventualmente en el ámbito de subsidios, de finanzas públicas, etcétera. Y también yo iría un poquito más allá en todo el ámbito de la reforma estructural. Yo creo que un tema importante en la conferencia, si bien se habló de marcos, de reglas fiscales, de política monetaria, etcétera, en el fondo estaba el tema del crecimiento en la región y sin reformas estructurales que permiten avanzar en el ámbito de la infraestructura, que entiendo que en El Salvador hay proyectos muy importantes en el ámbito de la educación, de la salud, etcétera, es el ámbito, digamos, de la energía, etcétera. Es difícil pensar que la tasa de crecimiento de mediano plazo pueda ver un impacto positivo importante.
La siguiente consulta, Gabriel García de TVX.
Buenos días. Mi pregunta va dirigida al señor Werner. Preguntarle quizás con ese escenario de forma compleja de manejo de deuda que hablaba usted y de endeudamiento, ¿cómo verían un proyecto en el mediano plazo de reestructuración de la deuda o de auditoría al estilo como lo ha hecho Ecuador, ¿no? ¿Verían esto como factible, ¿no, para El Salvador? Gracias.
La verdad no entiendo por qué eso se debería de dar, no entiendo cuáles son las razones. Yo creo que el tema, digamos, en El Salvador se ha venido haciendo un manejo bueno de la deuda. Las operaciones que se han hecho en los últimos años son buenas. Lo que es importante es básicamente tener una senda de finanzas públicas que garantice que se estabiliza el crecimiento de la deuda y que de preferencia comienza a disminuir. Una vez que esta senda sea creíble por parte del mercado, eso debería de llevar a reducción en tasas de interés, etcétera, pero no vemos razones para hablar de un proceso de reestructura de deuda, etcétera. Para nada, nunca lo hemos dicho y no creemos que esa es una discusión que se deba de tener, porque este país no lo necesita.
No, nos quedan dos preguntas más. La siguiente pregunta es de Claudia Chicas de Radio Nacional.
Buenas tardes. Tengo dos preguntas, una para el representante del FMI y la otra es para el ministro Cáceres. Y es que yo sé que para que haya crecimiento económico de seguridad en la región, hablo de seguridad en la parte de violencia que a veces se vive, y es que la región centroamericana también tiene altos niveles de violencia. ¿El FMI ha dado alguna especie de recomendación a estos países? Y con el ministro Cáceres saber cómo se está caminando el proceso para un impuesto a la seguridad en el marco de un impuesto a la que vaya destinado a la seguridad, como ya se había dicho en días anteriores. No sé cómo camina este proceso.
Bueno, han valorado el incremento en las tasas de interés. Nosotros creemos que el efecto pasado pudiera ser mínimo, debido a que la mayoría de las deudas que tenemos es ahora con tasas fijas. Entonces, cualquier incremento de eso afectaría hacia el futuro, y nosotros cualquier endeudamiento nuevo ya estamos considerando los incrementos que los especialistas nos están recomendando. Así que creemos que sí está considerado ese riesgo que es fundamental para nosotros, y dentro de todos los análisis forma parte. El otro tema que le preguntaron al director es con respecto a la reestructuración. Tal como el director lo menciona, El Salvador no necesita. Yo siempre que he tenido oportunidades he dicho que aquellos que hablan de reestructuración o renegociación o venta de deuda, creo que lo hacen sin ningún sentido, porque nuestra mayoría de deuda es con organismos multilaterales y el resto es con inversionistas. No somos dueños nosotros de esa deuda, no podemos reestructurarla nosotros ni venderla si no somos dueños de eso. Y además financieramente no sentimos que haya ninguna necesidad, ni siquiera en el corto plazo, de reestructurar la deuda. Lo que sí estamos trabajando es la manera de que no siga creciendo el ritmo de la deuda, justamente porque lo que más crece es el endeudamiento debido al costo de las pensiones. Entonces, al establecer un sistema nuevo de pensiones, parte del objetivo es solucionar los problemas que tienen las finanzas públicas. El componente en el déficit fiscal, que representa el 50% del déficit fiscal de El Salvador, es a consecuencia del pago de las pensiones, y hay que arreglarlo. Y de la deuda que El Salvador tiene, que es del 58% del PIB, 13% corresponde a pensiones, y crece eso aceleradamente si no hacemos nada. Así es que creo que eso es donde estamos trabajando. Con relación al impuesto a la seguridad, quien está recomendando eso es el Consejo de Seguridad, en donde hay miembros de la sociedad civil, de los partidos políticos, de las iglesias, la academia. Es grande, y ellos son los que están analizando los problemas de seguridad. Quiero expresarles de que nosotros en Hacienda estamos trabajando con un préstamo de $200 millones con el Banco Interamericano, el cual creemos que va a ser sometido a la consideración del directorio del BID a finales de este año y desembolsado el año entrante. Esa es lo que la base estamos trabajando, independientemente que sí creemos que siendo un problema general para la ciudadanía debe de contribuir a la solución de los problemas de seguridad en el país. Eso es lo que les pudiera decir. Y con relación a los riesgos políticos, yo creo que los riesgos políticos deben superarse con acuerdos fiscales. Ahí está en la Asamblea Legislativa un proyecto de reglas fiscales que implícitamente es un acuerdo de todos los sectores políticos para ver cómo se van a manejar las finanzas públicas. Nos hemos tardado en eso, pero es agenda legislativa, no es propio.
Solo con respecto al tema del crecimiento económico y los niveles de seguridad, claramente hemos dicho en el pasado que obviamente hay una correlación negativa entre estas dos variables, que el tema de seguridad tiene un impacto importante sobre el crecimiento económico, pero más allá también tiene un impacto importante sobre el bienestar de la sociedad, y en muchas de nuestras sociedades también termina afectando todavía más a los sectores más necesitados del país. Entonces, en ese sentido, es muy importante tener estrategias y programas muy claros para combatir estos niveles de inseguridad que vemos en algunos países de Centroamérica, México y de América Latina. Y vemos muchos proyectos interesantes, ¿no? Cuando viajamos con la directora gerente del Fondo Monetario a Brasil, en Río de Janeiro, estuvimos en una zona de la ciudad que se llama el Morro Alemão, que era una de las favelas que recientemente en los últimos años se ha pacificado de manera importante, con proyectos muy importantes en donde se establecieron mecanismos de transporte para llevar a la población a muy bajo costo digamos, a los centros de las ciudades para que tengan acceso a educación, servicios públicos. Hay personas que tardaban 3 horas en llegar a una estación de metro, lo hacen ahora en 15 minutos, y eso obviamente les baja el costo enormemente de participar de manera activa en la vida de la sociedad de esa ciudad, participar en las ofertas educativas, de salud, etcétera, además de otros programas sociales, generando emprendedores en estas zonas, etcétera, con apoyos tanto de asistencia técnica como apoyos financieros interesantes, ¿no? En El Salvador no he tenido el caso de ver proyectos similares, pero estoy seguro que los hay, y es muy importante atacar estos temas de manera integral, ¿no? Está el aspecto, digamos, de seguridad pública, pero también está el aspecto de educación, de política social, etcétera, y de integración de estos sectores de la juventud que están orientados al crimen organizado, para irlos incorporando en la vida productiva.
La última pregunta es de Vanessa Linares, de Diario El Mundo.
Buenas tardes. Bueno, aunque sabemos que no se habla específicamente de El Salvador, y con lo que decía el ministro hace un momento, me gustaría saber si creen que es necesario priorizar una reforma de pensiones antes que un ajuste fiscal, y si en un dado caso esto implicaría que el FMI ajuste la tasa de crecimiento del país, así como lo hizo el BCR.
Una reforma de pensiones tiene una dimensión fiscal. Entonces, como dijo el ministro, yo ahorita no tengo los números obviamente tan frescos como los tiene el ministro, pero el ministro comentó que el 50% del déficit fiscal está asociado a pensiones. Entonces, claramente una reforma de pensiones tiene una dimensión fiscal muy importante, además de una dimensión social, una dimensión de desarrollo de los mercados financieros, de una dimensión del mercado laboral. Entonces, una reforma de pensiones realmente toca aspectos, puede tocar aspectos de flexibilización o rigidización del mercado laboral. Si está bien hecha, uno buscaría que no le cierre las opciones en el mercado laboral a los trabajadores, sino que le abra opciones y no vea, digamos, en riesgo sus beneficios de pensiones si se cambia de trabajo. Tiene el aspecto fiscal que mencionaba el ministro, que es muy importante. Tiene el aspecto social, en la medida que generamos pensiones que permitan mantener un nivel de vida razonable en la época del retiro. Tienen una dimensión de desarrollo del sistema financiero, de cómo se manejan estos fondos de pensiones. Entonces, yo creo que en ese sentido las reformas de pensiones pueden tener un impacto muy grande en las economías, pero hay que analizar la reforma en específico, ver en qué dimensiones se enfoca más, cuáles son los impactos, y luego en qué plazo se podrían materializar esos impactos.
Bueno, agradecemos su cobertura noticiosa. Tengan muy buenas tardes. Bien,